you would have found yourself this morning really, really irritated. So if you're here at Trendy Trading and you went short, right, an SPY, you could feel it this morning once we open up. See? So supply and demand um, gives you an edge, if you will. It is the only process, in my opinion. My opinion, but I feel very convicted in this opinion that it's the only process out there that allows you to see things before they happen. And it's no wonder that the masses, the majority of traders that you'll see and come across, always say the same thing. You cannot say where price is going. And they will continue to say that because really, think about how many people you've come across or that that trade supply and demand versus everything else. Seriously, I'm asking you that question. Before you met me, how many people did you come across that traded supply and demand? And I think really that's what it comes down there. It's just more about not knowing that it existed, right? Because the masses tend to trade all of the same things: trend lines, flags, head and shoulders, RSI, all these different things, right? But supply and demand gives you the edge to tell you where price is going. Obviously, it's a if this then that. Like, you don't want to be overly convicted or you could find yourself in trouble. So what we did know yesterday is that we created an inside and down on Sunday night. Matter of fact, we had these two levels already up here. The only difference was that the upper level here simply said inside and I gave you three dots, and we had to wait for the Sunday open. We knew if price could bid above the body, we'd be looking for that inside and up. However, notice that it gapped down. We came into the session. We understood there was an inside and down. And we also talked about this level here. And here we are. So sure, we're up 10.5, but if you were paying attention to the home base, as I call it, this is the playing field now. So we're going into Jerome speaking tomorrow, and we have also big earnings that are popping up everywhere. I mean, Thursday is like a big deal, but everywhere, I believe, is a big deal. There's a lot of big names. Okay. If you're having a hard time, Mike, just jump on YouTube, my friend. Click that link up above, and you'll be able to watch up there. Okay. So we have a demand and supply level. Now the question is whether or not we can get over the major levels. Now, what did I do? I simply came up and drew from the pivot high into the inside and up, and I gave you what's called the bear channel. We teach that here at Trendy Trading. That's going to be your 38 and your 23. Gave you these two levels. Notice where we're stalling, right at the 38.2. So you got to put some Fibonacci into this and talk to yourself really quick, okay? And you have to say something like, "Hey, this run will not continue unless we can build value over this level." Okay? And you can identify that level. You can put some like dotted lines up here, and then we'll put this line right here. All right? For me, okay, this is now going to be neutral. All right, neutral, because you've already shown me that the inside and up can work. Okay, you've already shown me that the inside and up can work. Doesn't mean that it's over. Doesn't mean we can't go back and test it. But the playing field, what I'm talking about, is for Jerome, right? He's setting the stage, if you will. He's going to be on the mic, right? He's about to drop some knowledge, right, to everyone out there. Or I like to look at it as a playing field, like a baseball field. This is home base, okay, right here. This is like first base, right around this bear channel, if you will. And then Second base would be up here towards the golden Fibonacci, and we talked about that somewhere up in here, right? And the third base kind of looks like this. It's kind of different. It'll get you up into supply, and then a home run or the fence is back here. Okay, this is the fence. This is home plate. We've already taken a swing. You got to first base. Yay. Okay. But what happens is that you have to realize when you have two opposing zones and then they gap you, if you will, even though for us future traders, we're not really gapped, right? Because you can trade it during the night. But they gap you and they really just put you right in the middle and they put you at an indecision point. And to be quite honest, with a lot of the charts that I'm looking at when I want to put them out there, I feel as if it could go both ways. And not all the time do I feel that way. And I know that sounds very trivial, right? It's kind of like, well, that's the case all the time, John. It's not necessarily the case all the time. It's different when you come into a higher time frame demand zone, and then I'm expecting a big rally over the next couple weeks. But we've already had the big rally for a couple weeks, and now we're just kind of consolidating on a higher time frame. So right now you're just looking at a 4 hour, but we're really just consolidating. So this is where, in my opinion, where the better traders, and I find myself in that class. I really do. I don't mind scalping and having a good time with our techniques, and we teach you those. But it takes a little bit of practice, and not everybody's good at it. This is not necessarily the greatest place for most traders to trade. Okay, so I don't want to say that this is a green flag and all systems are a go. Matter of fact, I want to swing the yellow flag today once again because the move happened here. And for retail traders that are not future traders, okay, you're waking up to a gap up that's pushed into resistance. Matter of fact, if you look over on a 4 hour chart and we zoom in, not only are we hitting the bear channel, but there's an inside and down formation, folks. That's right here. So you have one here and you have one here. It's basically pockets of supply that are right on top of price. And this is what they do. Okay. You miss this move because most of you don't future trade. We do have quite a few in here, but I'm just saying, right? And then you wake up as an options trader, equity trader, and you wake up and you're like, man, things look awesome. But where they throw you off is that they open you into a little bit of resistance. Okay. And this is frustrating. It's super frustrating. This is why I actually like futures because you could still have a little bit of fun and get that move that everybody else kind of wish they had, right? So always keep those things in mind. Anyways, this is the playing field. This is what I'm expecting. This is no different, folks, than every single day I show you a range, whether it's 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Now it's just a little bit different. We have bigger ranges that we're contending with. That's it. All right. Everything good there? All right. So this is where we are. Inside and down to inside and up. I expect us to chop around in here. If for some reason we can move over the 618, which puts us roughly around 4071, then that's different. The bulls are back in charge. Right now, we are measuring this range, and right now, we are still in the bear channel. So guess what? Just chill, okay? Over here is the 5-minute chart. We talked about that, and our PMZ has changed quite a bit, folks, from this morning. Let me go ahead and take off these Fibonacci's, okay? If you notice, we had a big pop, and this is what we call a chaotic candle, okay? Another thing that you could do is just measure this chaotic move. This is a bullish move within a down range. Simply find the 23 and the 38. It's the opposite of what I just showed you. And this would be the support of this current move. It just so happens that it lines up with the line in the sand and the trendy edge. Okay. So if bulls want to make some sort of stance, this is where this is going to happen right before we open. Okay. If they can hold this, then we could pop back up here. Okay. Do something like this and like that. If not, then I would expect price to come down, bounce right around here. And let me go ahead and draw this stuff out for you guys so you can kind of see it work in action. And then I'm just going to find my green arrow down here and just draw a line right around there, because this lets me know where a little bit of formation is in this structure. And then we have the low. So all of these areas are really important. And this is going to be a neutral strategy of a bullish move in a down range. Okay, pretty neat. Now, let me talk about my sentiment really quick. I'm super, super light right now. I have one position in game, and game, just the word itself, when you trade this thing, is like a game, right? This thing is not the, I don't know, will it follow through? Will it not? The chart looked pretty good. So we kind of went way out of the money. You can see that over here on the right-hand side. You can kind of see also in perspective, this is less than a 0.5% of my account. Very, very small position. And then I have a hedge on. And last week was really, really good. So, I'm not in a rush to do a whole lot. And to me, it makes sense because really, we're just consolidating on a higher time frame, folks. This is an inside candle on the week. And I promise you, that the majority of traders lose the most money during inside days, inside weeks, because they overall, and I've been there several times, you want to speculate. And speculation is really all about ego, and ego is all about, really, at the end of the day, just losing. You do. You end up losing because you're not using technicals. My technicals say right now that on the weekly, the cloud is support and that we hit resistance, like I said, on the daily. I haven't changed this stuff. And therefore, there's really nothing to do. Again, these conditions are yellow flag. I think if you're a good scalper, I think you stick to that today. I think if you're more into swing trading, you're going to have to decide if this is an area in your favorite name after several weeks up, if it's actually time for you to just now start to get long. I've been over this many, many times. We use the ES futures to get long in our portfolios. I was long Tesla in my personal account, one that I actually shared with you guys last year, and many people took that Tesla trade. But this is where we want to be getting long, okay? If you're just now trying to get long here, you're kind of stuck. It's like, do I want to do this? Right? It's harder. If you're down here and you're in profits as we're moving up here, it's a lot easier just to come in here and be like, hey, I'm going to chill. Okay? That's where I am right now. I'm just going to chill. All right? So, no rush for me. I think it's more about just scalp trading. Again, if we come to the 5-minute, we'll notice here, these are your bullish levels, 40.39 by 40.33 within a bearish trend over the last 2 days. Remember, we need above 40.71 in order for the bulls to actually take over this trend, and this will follow suit for everything else that you're looking at today, whether it's Amazon, Meta, Tesla. The market will respond off of these levels. All right, let's quickly go over here and take a look at some focus trades for today. So for me, I put a few in here. All right. So the first one's going to be BA. The second one is going to be JPM. And the third one is going to be Spotify. And I really want you to pay attention to Spotify because this is what I call, the gap up strategy that I teach all of you. All right. And then this one over here on BA is a neutral strategy. Okay. And you can see it actually popped up right into my top level and has resulted in just a small rejection there. JPM, what I'd actually like to see is for prices to drop lower. Banks, they had a really big rally if you look at it from a weekly perspective. So a bounce into this 4-hour supply, I would expect price to come back down. BA could potentially be a nice little bullish trade here if we could break above the cloud. I'm giving it a little bit of room. So if it could break above 210.88, then we could see up, maybe $2. Again, guys, today is not one of those days where I'm looking for a home run. It's more about base hits and trying to manage losses the best that I can. Okay. So again, I just don't think on a higher time frame that I should be all in and be totally convicted on an up move. So if I end up taking a trade to the upside, I want to be trimming a little bit sooner. Okay. Now this level 108.65 on Spotify and 107.05. What this is, I believe they reported this morning. And if you look, it's had a really nice move. And this is kind of a bummer. I wish I would have remembered this yesterday because I love Spotify and I actually just wanted to go long this into earnings using debit spread. So I'm a little bummed I missed that. So let's make sure that we catch earnings, some of the names that will be reporting tonight and tomorrow, so we can do some of our strategies around earnings using debits. But Spotify, what I did was I took the chaotic move, I measured it, same thing, found the 23 and 38. And if Spotify is actually bullish, it'll go bid in here between 107 and 108. Now notice up here, this is from higher time frames. This is resistance up here. I'm actually like 124 from a swing perspective. Okay, so what if 108 and 107 don't hold? It just kind of breaks down. Then somewhere about 100 to 98, I may be looking for that swing trade in my account up here. And why? Because they've already reported, they got it out of the way. It looks pretty bullish. I like the chart. I've been liking the chart, and therefore I'll be aiming towards here. Now, what kind of strike would I buy? It would have to be, you know, somewhere between here. I don't necessarily want to buy the 125s or anything like that. I want to buy something a little bit closer. Okay. So that's pretty much it. That's all I have. There's about 7 minutes left. And yeah, so that's about it. And I think I may be over at Simpler today in the futures room, but that's at the end of the day. Oh, Melissa, I know I don't see that you have any focus trades, but if you have anything you want to talk about, this would be the time. We got about 7 minutes left or 6 minutes left before the open. Again, good morning, everybody. Let's have a good time, and I'm gonna go silent. Sounds like Melissa's internet went out again. It's all good. Must be those contractors. Yeah, yeah, for sure. So another thing, yeah, you're like, it looks great. So really quick, guys, one thing that I'll tell you is during times like this, I kind of switch to equity. So you might see me trading equity, and I often get this question like, "Hey, why? Why would you trade shares? Like, why didn't you take options?" So if I'm finding that the market is coming into consolidation or just chopping around, then I prefer to trade shares because I don't have to worry about theta decay. I don't have to worry about premium. I just don't need to worry. So I get in and out with shares. So you may see that. And again, over here, our alerts are connected to our Thinkorswim accounts. And so everything you see here is straight from the account. The only difference with equity, I think I took some, yeah, yesterday. You'll notice here, okay, it says equity. So right there. So I trimmed, NVIDIA in this case. And when I get in, just for anybody that may be new, new trades are green. Okay, that means I just opened the trade. Blue means we trimmed, and red doesn't mean that you lost the trade. It just means that I closed it or I was stopped on the trade. Okay. So let's get started here in about 2 minutes. Happy Taco Tuesday. The last two Tuesdays, I went to Thai Tuesday because I love Thai food, man. Oh my God. Like, I cannot stop eating Thai food. It's probably one of my favorites. Man. So I replaced Taco Tuesday with Thai Tuesday the last two times. So tonight, though, I think we're going to hit our normal spot. It just feels right. And like I said, I was down 0.33 unrealized yesterday in my account. And, not crying about it, obviously. Friday was crazy, with Tesla and everything like that. I'm just really happy to be here and happy to be patient and just kind of wait and let the universe do what it's going to do. Let's just wait for the levels, execute the levels, try not to speculate. Let's have fun today. Thank you, Victor. Thanks, Melissa. So consumer confidence at 10. That's great. So it's what, 9:30 on the East Coast almost. So about 30 minutes after open. We'll see what they want to do. See if they drop it into a little bit of support down here and then come out with that number. We'll see what happens. But look at the reaction, off the bear channel so far. And this is exactly what they do to retail traders. It's really criminal. Seriously, get your hopes up, and then if you're not a futures trader, you miss out. And that's just my alerts, obviously. You guys know if I'm in something here. Often get the question how to trade the PMZ if it's wide. Again, if for some reason, say you go long right on the break, you use your normal stop, but I can't promise you that you won't get stopped out and maybe price just keeps going up and then you'll look back and be like, "Man, if I just would have put it under here." Those times are going to happen. For right now, we're just kind of bouncing off the trendy edge. Other than that, things look pretty normal. Let's watch how this works right here as well. You got JPM moving up into a little bit of supply in the trendy edge. Over here on BA, we hit the top, rejection, what we expect. And then over here on Spotify, coming into that bullish channel I talked about. Okay. All right, just gonna trim some game. Very small position. It's like enough to buy me a Starbucks coffee, maybe. Actually, yeah, we'll just keep trimming. Trimming your ads from yesterday. All right, so ES coming up. About to break the PMZ here. Nice little move from the trendy edge. Still nothing for me to do personally, but notice how JPM over here backed off of the supply zone. So it doesn't have to be perfect. I want to make sure for anyone that's new out there, or, you're trying to learn supply and demand. And I froze the screen just for a second. Um, you don't have to be, you don't have to wait for a touch. Our levels are a playing field. I think if you're trying to be exact all the time, you're really going to get your feelings hurt. You need to be open to the idea that your levels won't always be touched. The idea is that we push towards supply, and just know that there is going to be resistance here. You do not want to be going long into supply. Okay. You want to be trimming into supply or looking to take your short up here. Okay. Oops. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't close. That's right. Okay. I was getting confused. I did not close. Remember, some of these we bought back. Half of these are the, half of these are the spreads we bought back. So now when I sell them, it's not going to give me any sort of percentage, unfortunately. Anyways, there we go. So nice little move there, coming up probably about 88.7% of the high. And I would expect to probably maybe build here. Just give it a few seconds. I'm gonna keep trimming, and every time I do, unfortunately, it's not going to give us. Um, damn it, not gonna give us any kind of percentage. Oh, there it does. I guess it did. Okay, cool. Okay, so runners for right now, we'll leave it alone until after earnings and all that kind of good stuff. Actually, how many do I have left? This is probably where it won't say if we get up there. Let's see, three. I'm actually going to sell just a couple more. What? All right. So far, nothing really happening. I expected. I do think, let's come over here. We are getting that pullback like I expected there on JPM. And then Spotify still in that little zone. So the further I can get down, the more I like it. Let's go ahead and pull up some options here. And I'm going to go out a lot further. I also want to make sure, let's see, what's the monthly ATR? I have no idea. Give me 1 second. Good. Same. An opportunity to go short there on JPM, but I was managing my game. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. UNH actually had a nice little bounce today. I don't know if they had a catalyst, but they're up 13 points. Let's see. Let's get BA. Good. I hope spot comes down even more. I hope it comes down into 102, 100 area, somewhere in there. BA would be more or less a dip buy if I tried this, but with futures, where we at 6 points up. I mean, the lower it gets in the box, the more, I'm looking for like some sort of bounce there. I'm gonna change this JPM because I didn't get my short in and go to Meta really quick. This was my other play that I wanted to take this morning. And it pushed through, but it's hitting supply right now. Probably don't want to do anything. Let it come in some more. I think they have earnings though. Yep, February 1st. That's tomorrow. Wow. Okay. We might have to remind me, guys. We're gonna have to do some sort of play here into earnings. XOM was it inside and down into the edge. Nice little bounce. Do you have weekly options or do you have a swing? Oh, okay, gotcha. So weekly options. Got it. Mm. Yeah, that Amazon out of the PMZ was pretty nice there. Let's see, 176. It's be about a $2 risk. BA went green as well. Trying to do a little bit of tier into BA. Just doing equity, and I'll add on the dips. I'll add typically with equity guys, I'll add 3 times if needed. So I just kind of scale in, if you will. And if it keeps going, then I don't get the opportunity to scale in. So. All right, so we're finally trying. Let's see if we can actually close over the PMZ, folks. So far, the bullish channel that we found you this morning is working. Amazon up 2 already. Wow, nice. That's so funny, right? I would have never I would have never thought 3 years ago I was like, that I'd be saying something like Amazon's up 2, man. It's so awesome. You know, that's kind of where the markets went to. These are like stories we can tell, you know, our grandkids. Yeah. I was alive when Amazon traded at almost 4,000. What do you say? Mm. All right, I'm gonna start Spotify. Spot. BA trim. Room to add. This is 45 days out. And you can see we don't have any closes over the PMZ yet. Just an absolute chop fest right now. Edges holding. So, Melissa, you brought up something yesterday, and I think you were teaching some people in the room, or I just remember you saying something like, "Why wouldn't you?" Unless I dreamt about this. Man, charts are in my head. So if you have a zone, an automated level, or you're creating a zone, make sure you cannot discount this edge. So yeah, the PMZ's under here. You cannot come in here and go, I'm going to put a stop underneath the PMZ. That would it just doesn't make any sense with what we do. So the edge is supposed to be your support, so you would have to come underneath this edge. Okay. Nice. Let's go. Hmm. Hmm. Yep. Just beware, guys. 11 minutes before that. Give some love, guys. If you have these trades and you're making a little bit of money, make sure you give some love, right? Takes 2 seconds. Hit this little hit something hit something pretty up there. Yep. Same, just trim BA. We'll trim again. Somebody got the prayer hands up there. Good job, Mike. Way to be on it, man. Christmas tree. Hey Kaiser, give me 1 second, man. I'm gonna show you mine. Yeah, one thing that you'll notice on volatility, the PMZ is really strange on TV. And I think this is due to their data. But like my PMZ is saying Kaiser, mine is saying 5.9. I'm not sure if you're on audio, but mine is 5.9 and it's 4042 by 4036. And let's see what it's on here. It's pretty close. It's off a point. Yeah. It's the data, man. It there's just you can't replicate it perfectly. Sometimes it will be perfect, but there will be times that it's off and to me it's that volatility first thing in the morning might have thrown this system off here compared to, the TOS system. Yeah, you should definitely have PMZ for equities. It depends on what equity you're looking at, though. If it's an illiquid name, you actually won't have a PMZ on TOS or TradingView, but you'd have to give me a name. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. So let me see what I got. Yeah, I definitely got one for Amazon. Yeah, yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah. But he was saying Amazon Nvidia, but I have PMZs for both. Yeah, yeah. So it has to be something on your end, Kaiser. You can do that. You can delete and reinstall. It's super quick too. That's what I love about TradingView. It really is pretty straightforward. And I pulled my stops up on BA. Notice that the PMZ's holding. Let's go. Apple completely flat, Melissa. It's like, you son of a biscuit. Like, come on, man. What? The older I get, my patience is like thin, man. I need to learn to be, I think it depends on what we're talking about, but I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Have you ever my buddy gave me a book. It's like it's not a book. It's like just this thing you flip through when you're sitting on the toilet. This is like 15 years ago. Actually, this had been probably 20 years. Well, it was a long time ago. It was in England, and it was called like "Don't Sweat the Petty, Pet the Sweaty." I can't remember something like that. It was yeah, but it was really good, and it was about like just little sayings, like the things that don't get worked up about. All the little things. My neighbors, they're really good at that. My buddy Kyle is really, really good at stuff like that. So BA, I pulled up my stops on BA, and so it's closed out now, and that's just like demonstrating, not wanting to, you don't want to trade to go red, that was green. So we're remember going back, just to reiterate, we're going back to making sure that you understand today is just for right now is still range bound. So don't try to take, you know, don't try to get too much hopium. You got runners now, Melissa? Is that what you're doing? Okay. See how many I can put on here. And the day's over. See you guys tomorrow. It's gonna be absolutely sideways. I hope you enjoyed this morning, folks. Day's over. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see what the PMZ does. What's your guesses? You got 1 minute. Back down to demand on the 4 hour, right? Or close, about 40.18, or do we pop up into 40.61? Technically, we're underneath the cloud on the four. We have two topping wicks. They're not bad, and we're holding the edge. Straight down. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to go the opposite of whatever you said. Yeah. There's really no rhyme or reason. Yeah. Well, so a lot of times when I see this, not, my lines, we were off about 2 points. And yeah. And because of that, it makes me feel like we could come back and touch it. Right. I'm just being particular. So I used, let me see, maybe I was off. No, I mean, I was pretty close to the wick over here on the inside and up. So I'm just a little, that kind of raises yellow flags for me sometimes, you know. I mean, you could still get in here before we touch. It's close enough, but it is just kind of in the back of my head. 'Cause a lot of times our levels hit. Like for example, the edges down here, they were hit here, here. So they don't have to, remember yesterday you brought that up? We don't have to hit these down here. All we need is a higher low. And that means the edges or demand are holding. If anybody has a question about that, please let me know. Oh yeah, for sure. Let it. Get 10x, baby. It did XOM end up going green? No. I love that. I love that. That is like no, it's not even like being in a runner and it's green. It's just the fact that if you're new, it's like hard to comprehend, right? it's like, wait a minute, she just made 300% on calls and the stock is down. Right. Right. Yeah, I saw that. I brought that up when you added and took a look over here and I was like, just trade the edges, man. Like that is the biggest thing, I it's just like you didn't know, you can't be 100% certain, but what you did do was execute a level, right? I mean, so if you guys bring this over and you look at XOM, this is what she did, just in case you didn't know. She added right here at the trendy edge. She didn't add here. She didn't add in space. She just added at a level. Pretty neat. Well, did that data come out and nothing happened? Is that pretty much what happened there? Yes, we were both wrong. I'm telling you, the hedge that I have on when it's positive, like by a certain percentage for the day, I know yeah, it's time for the market to go right back up. I was in this situation, I think in 2021, maybe, or 20. I can't remember. I put on a hedge, same thing, and it did the same exact thing. It just, every time it tried to had some life in it, it was about time for the market to bounce again. It's funny. hmm Now, any stock that's being pretty strong this morning, just take some interest in it. So you would come over here to Amazon, and I mean, just a few minutes ago, it was up like two and some change. So what you want to be looking for really quick, if you miss that opportunity, is that you would just come over and look at today's action, which is right here, and we would measure, okay, the open, and you could come up here, and right now it's around the 50. If we measure the entire move, okay, up here, it's basically at the 23.6. So today's little action 50, the bigger picture is that from the lows to the highs, 23.6. I would give it a little bit of time. The ES is where we at 925. It might actually pop from here. I'd like if it dipped all the way back to the PMZ. That would Yeah, that would be. Yeah, so if we got something like this, try to buy it right here. But for right now, 23.6. Yeah, Kaiser, it has to be something on your end, man. Something something you don't have clicked. I'm trying to think. Anybody know that's listening to me? So one of our members is saying that his equities are not showing PMZ. What would be the reason? His futures have it on TV, on TradingView. His futures are showing it, but his equities aren't. What would be the reason? I've never had that problem. Sorry, man. I don't have those problems. Just kidding. We'll figure it out. Somebody smarter than me. Yeah. He's saying all kinds, like Apple, Amazon. I mean, I have them. I'm looking at TradingView. It looks fine. So, Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the simple. Yeah, make sure you're on a 5 minute chart too, Kaiser. Yeah. Yeah. What was it, Kaiser? No, he's private messaging me. I have like several windows open. Sometimes people don't even realize they're private messaging me. Ford? What's Ford? Elon's gonna buy Ford. Oh man, watch. Watch. It's gonna be something crazy. Uh-huh. hmm So Melissa, I can't help but to look at Apple and just think that they're putting anyone that jumped into calls, I feel like they're putting you in a situation to where it doesn't do anything and people come into Wednesday and they're like, "Do I hold this?" Into earnings. Not saying you, just saying if you did. I've seen this before. I did. Matter of fact, this happened to me many times. Buy a couple of trades to go, for a rally, and it just like goes sideways, and then I find myself I'm like, do I want to hold this or do I not? You know. Now, what you can do, if you ever get that credit, if you get the approval for that, Melissa, what you can do in the future, if you want, is that you could sell calls on that same expiration and turn it into a call debit spread, right? The way that I trade earnings. And so greatly reduce the risk of it because you're offsetting it with the sales. Right, right. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, for sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so this is one thing that I want, since you brought that comment up, I think it's important to reiterate to our family here, the Trendy fam, that you guys have to understand that when we're trading, everybody has different, like we're still trading the technicals, right? But everyone's different. So if you're learning, that's what you should be doing. But if you're trying to follow, remember that your emotions may be different than the person taking the trade. And this is going to be true for anywhere you go. All right. We already know Melissa's a machine. She can hold. But you need to also understand and respect the fact that she's up almost 100% already this year. Okay. So what may be, tough for you to hold may not be tough for Melissa to hold. I think that's so important to understand. You know what I mean? Like she's not and I'm not and anybody that's in our positions aren't trading your account, right? We're not hedge funds. So we're not sure, how you feel in that particular circumstance. But what's important is that we teach you, right? Just the levels. What is your risk tolerance and so forth. I didn't know that when I first started out, you know? So I could be following somebody that usually makes, a ton of money in trading from what I could see. And then when I took the trade, their 30% could decimate my account depending on how big I went. You know, it's just everybody has a different story. Hmm. Dude, Melissa, XOM is up 80 cents now. And it's headed. So really quick, if you take the pivot high of the inside, yeah. Well, if you go on the daily, it's an inside and down, bounce at the ME. It's about to test the 618. So the 618 is 1488. That's also in line with the future weekly edge. So just know that it's also above the daily cloud now. Support is 114. And yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what you guys get here. This thing is rocketing, man. 115, 40. Yeah, got it. It's also between the inside and down and between the future. I think this is the future. It could be yeah, the future ME, yeah, and the WE. So the future ME and the WE are right in line with each other. Exactly. Yeah. I was waiting to see what you were going to say there. I was actually teaching that over the weekend as well. I mean, you're trailing stop. A lot of people in here don't know how to do a trail and stop on options. That's what I'm learning. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I get a lot I get a lot of questions when it's all in the videos, right? It's all in the videos, guys. You just have to take the time and watch them. If you're not doing anything, just pop it on the YouTube, sit in bed. You can watch it from there when you're at work. Mm, okay. Hmm. Yeah, I still have traders in here, trading out of like Schwab and stuff, guys. I mean, hopefully you guys are like here because you want to be day traders. Day trader doesn't mean that you have to get in and out very quickly. I'm just saying like the interface to trade. I remember when I first started, I was using Schwab, and when I finally learned Thinkorswim, I was like, WTF was I doing? Seriously. Like it's so slow. At least from what I remember, my Schwab account was like you can't even like see things. You're just like you're looking at a different chart than you're it's just not conducive to trading. Um, if you guys are still trading like a IRA fund or whatever you're doing, I highly recommend TD Ameritrade. There's always been um, these instances in the market where we get volatility, and sure, Thinkorswim may do something funky, but at the end of the day, they're big, they got money, and their system's backed. I'd much rather be with something like this than, you know, some small guy, especially when things go bad in the market. That's just me. Did you guys end up, Roberto, are you in here? Did you end up holding, or did you get rid of your stuff last night or yesterday? Where's futures chat? Oh, come on. There you are. And then TCamp, sorry man, I had accidentally my member chat wasn't open for a few minutes, so I didn't see the stuff up above. Let's see. You said something about man, I haven't even looked in forever. Pins. What are they trading at? 25? Let's see what they're looking like. Oof. What a slow one. Look at that stop that we used a long time ago. That's funny. The stop has become support. The cloud is getting tight on the weekly. Jeez. It's underneath the YE mid, so for me, it's not a long until we can get above 2712 or we get back down to 2381. So I'm gonna create. I might actually want to trade this later on at or above, then at or below, and all I'm doing is creating alerts at demand and supply zones. Everything between here is a neutral for me, so I'm not interested in it. Although I think Pins is one of those that really, it just seems like it reacts off of news only. So it's like a very sideways stock, and then, Elliott says they're buying or whatever, and then, you know, their earnings is on the 6th. Yeah. So right around the corner, that could be fun. Nice move on Nvidia. Look at that. Let's go to SPX. SPX, I told you guys yesterday, 3 minute and 1 minute signals are pretty much money, especially when you come into demand zones. You want to be looking for these. We had an alert go off at 40.24, currently trading at 40.35, so 10 points to the upside here. Let's see, up and to the left, 40.39 and 40.58. I'm going to go to a 1 minute, put this on another chart, and just kind of watch this. I might try some SPX later in the day. And I'm going to take a few minutes, go say hi to my daughters, and we'll be right back. That was sorry guys, I just came back. I was talking we had this crazy incident. I won't go into it 'cause it's kind of nuts, but uh actually you guys, I'm kind of curious if you saw it from where you live. There was a kid here in the school who it it made it to TikTok and like probably the news, and he was threatening. They said that he had a list of like 60 girls from the school that he was gonna, you know, take take care of, and he was mental. And now it's like coming around that maybe his friends that were friends were just like being mean to him, but the mom's like she had to move, they had to leave school. It's like it's crazy. My daughter was on that list, so it was like for me, it was really crazy. We had to deal with that a couple days ago, and so we were talking about it. And so the new thing is that potentially, he didn't do anything, that his friends just decided to change the script and make him look bad, which is really horrible. Just dude, the world's nasty, man. Anyways, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm telling you right now that kids, because my kids are teenagers and they have their friends over, they are so matter of fact nowadays. They're just like, whatever. They'll just say shit. And I'm like, what? Like, did you even think about that before you said that? You know, and don't believe all this stuff that they're really big into Snap and TikTok, and it's crazy, man. I mean, if you literally sit down with them and talk to them, a lot of these people, their lives are centered around it. Like, to a degree, if you just take a few minutes and talk to them, it'll blow your mind. Yeah. Oh, you just went out, Melissa. Damn it. Right when we were getting into that story. I know. Oh, just went out again. Okay. Yes. Wow. That is, yeah, that's insane. And by the way, Melissa XOM smacked that edge right where you trimmed, and boom, right down. Can't make this shit up. Oh yeah. For sure. Hey, Genji. Hi, guys. My neighbor came over. Christy, the one that wants to trade. Fully funded account. I keep telling her. I think she needs to learn how to actually execute the trade. Yeah, yeah. I keep telling her to watch. She's such a busy person, but she put all this money in her account, like a lot, and she's ready to go, and but she's just so busy. Oh yeah. All right, guys. So I'm just gonna ask just this one time, please. There are at least, if you're listening, how many people are in here? I know there's more than 8 people in here. If you guys could, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start being mean. Go over and like these alerts. Just give it like a little fire signal. I don't care if it's up 10% or 700%. Just give them some love. They help us market. They show that you guys appreciate what we do. Um, and then, I'm a small business, so this is how we market, you know, is boom, we use actual real alerts, which nobody is doing. Nobody except for us. Uh, and we're super transparent. And again, I reiterate this is that Melissa is here on her own accord. So she is helping you guys, just doing her thing, waking up every morning, talking to you, sharing with you her strategy using the Trendy methodology. And I think that goes a long way. So the way that we kind of pay it forward is just coming over here and making sure that not only do I know a bunch of you guys send private messages and tell her how awesome she is, but also if you don't have time to do that, just come over here and hit this little fire symbol, you know? Every alert, even when we lose, you guys can be like put some funny emoji on there, like, oh damn. It's either that or I told Melissa we're just gonna hide our alerts again. They'll only be for her and I. How's that? Just saying. Let's see. Good, we got you fixed there. Good deal. All right, so Tex had brought up. I didn't know if he was listening, but I just want to reiterate. He said it was kind of crazy this morning trading the PMZ. I agree. If you look at this, but just be sure that if you have a PMZ and it's right above an edge, a line in the sand, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure that your stops are underneath that, not underneath your PMZ. But again, it's 5 points wide, not easy to do. Another thing, if we come up from the pivot low into the pivot high, you'll notice that the 38.2 is actually in line with the line in the sand and the PMZ. You have a triple effect here, folks. This is actually kind of crazy. You have the 38.2, you have the line in the sand, 38.2, line in the sand, PMZ, and the edge. You have literally four things. Yeah, two edges. You have four, yeah, quadruple stacking effect. So this is like mega support, and you're seeing that now. And now it's pushing up into what is this red line? Looks like a mid, maybe. Yeah, it's a mid. And so then over that is 40.62. Hot damn. All right, I'll be right back. They're outside looking at the dock. Let me get my 2 cents in. All right, so we hit that mid and backed off a little bit. Where is, give me 1 second. Hey guys, I was sorry, Melissa. I'm not sure if you were talking to me. I was at the dock, but I just sent out a tweet on behalf of Melissa's trade. If you guys could go out there and give it some love, I'd really, really appreciate it. And so would Melissa. We are, let's see here. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So we're good. Okay, cool. Yeah, I actually was at the dock because I was taking pictures and trying to make sure. And typically, when I go to the dock, the market goes up. But we are at this level. We're at the mid. See kind of what happens here. Um, I know some of you guys, I want to show you a couple updates here. Just how well these guys are doing. So it's really, again, it's hard to kind of tell how big the dock is. It's pretty neat though. So we did all composite. And what I really like about it is you don't do the nails from the top down. You do them from the side. So you can't see them, which is really neat. Now, the first set of steps that you're going to see is leading, this is our dock leading to our jet skis and boats and stuff like that. But it's also, we created stairs to our neighbor's place, which is really cool. So they just walk over from here, which is kind of neat. Um, and then, let's see. And then we have on the other sides what is called like the finger pier. It's like on the outside of the boat where you can like fish off of there and just kind of hang out, hang your feet. Woo! There goes SPX right through that mid. And thanks for y'all's support, obviously, guys. We love you. I feel like today it's been kind of a whirlwind, right? Yesterday felt weird. Did you agree, Melissa? Did you feel like yesterday felt kind of weird? I felt, yeah, I felt like there was a lot of pressure and I don't know, to do something. I kind of felt like there was pressure to do something, but you learn that you don't always have to get too crazy and active. But I hope what a lot of people took away from yesterday is I feel like, you know, not only did we coach well, we did exactly what we needed to do. And I don't say that because today, Melissa, you had that great trade or that game gave me an opportunity to actually make money and make money back or whatever. It honestly was more about the fact that supply and demand worked. That's what's important here. Like if demand worked and my positions still don't work out, the bigger key was that you understand looking over here that we did not go short down here. And I felt like there might have been a little pressure in the room. Like, I don't know, I was just kind of picking up on some comments, not towards us, but just like this overall feeling that we were supposed to get short down here or there or to give up on positions, if you will. And there's a lot of this is the part that I think is really difficult. I really do. Like I feel like this is the part where you're just going to have to commit to understanding what supply and demand is. And you're going to see this work over and over and over. And I think what you're going to find out is that it works more than it doesn't. And that is what is so important to take away from this. And it's easy for me to talk about, it's easy for me to teach it, but it's not easy to endure it when these conditions are present. You're still going to get your feelings hurt when the day's not working out on your side. You're still going to feel this urge to revenge trade. You're going to feel the urge to overtrade. Those feelings will not leave you. Okay. But what I am asking you to do and try to do over and over is on those days after we look at the technicals, I want you to remember how many times it does work out for us. How many times it does work out for us. Look at the win percentage, look at the alerts, and understand that these are a proof of concept. What we're trying to do is take trades at levels, take trades when we say we think they're going to work because of based off of levels, and then I want you to look at the results so that when you are in a position where your day's not going well, you can think back and go, it's okay if today's not a winning day. It's okay if I lose money today because part of trading is losing. And so many people have such a hard time with that. It's like you didn't put that into the equation when you decided to become a trader. You actually thought, and I get this because this is what got me into trading, you actually thought that you would just make money all the time. In the long run, maybe you can. So the next thing is if you're not doing well and you're looking at the alerts and you're looking at how many times a winning trade comes through versus losing trades, but you're not doing well, try to figure out what it is. Why is it that you're not doing well? Is it because you're executing at levels, but you're moving stops? Is it because you're not executing at levels? Maybe you're speculating between levels. Like, I need you to write this stuff down so that you can go back and basically find out what it is. Because really, in hindsight, you shouldn't have a huge deviation between what we're doing and what you're doing. You can trade different stocks. That's up to you. You can do whatever you want. But if you're trading the same process, there shouldn't be a huge deviation, right? Someone that's losing, let's say, 7 out of 10 trades, but then we're winning 7 out of 10 trades. There's something really wrong there, right? I don't think anybody's in that position, but I just want to bring it up so that I'm just trying to reiterate that you really need to dive into what it is that you may be doing differently. Now, I will say this with confidence. There will be time when the strategies will be difficult, no matter what. And sometimes there's a spiral that leads us there. Like there's an event. It may be something personal in your life. It may be this dark hole that you dug yourself and you're having a hard time getting out of it. You break all your rules. And if you find yourself there, um, just know that we've all been there and it can easily happen. But what's important is that you recognize it right away and say, okay, I'm breaking every rule. I need to step back, take a breather, you know, catch some fresh air, go do something, watch The Big Short, watch Wolf on Wall Street, do something that pumps you up. So the doc's not finished. Sorry, this is way off subject. Doc's not finished though. We probably still have a good week. There's a lot of like we're doing the edging around it where you can see the raw wood and putting up some other things and then we have a deck in the background that's being redone. A lot of things that needed to be redone here. Are you talking? Yeah, you're talking about on the finger pier. Yeah, so the finger pier, if you notice, there is a that's not even close to being done. So that person had to sit on the stairs and then he pushes those out. So after they're put in, then they snap a line and then saw it down so that it's even. If you look to the right of it, there's a piece of raw wood that's nailed in from the side. That's actually just a kind of like a base, if you will. So while he's moving along, he's pushing it up against that to make sure that everything's even. And then they move it down and do it again. It's pretty neat to watch people do all this stuff. Because at first I'm like, why is that piece of wood there? Because it was on when they were doing the other side of my dock, they were doing the same thing. And I was like, is that gonna stay there? And they're like, oh no, no, no. We unscrew that when we're finished. It's just to keep everything in line. And my OCD, we must be the same, Melissa. We're seriously, we're brother and sister from a different mother or something. But I had the same. So from my view back here, it was like that. The boards were uneven, and I'm like, man, something is wrong. Like they're hanging over, and I'm like, it just does not look right. And I went out there. I'm like, does this stay like this? And they're like, oh no, no, no. We'll snap a line and cut down the side and everything. And as soon as they did that, it was like so happy. But what's difficult for me now because I have OCD and I'm just very particular, is that now I have all this composite and it's kind of weird. I'm like, I wish my pilings were composite or, the pieces around the boat. I wish all those were composite. Um, but you can't do that. So what I do know is this stuff is pretty indestructible. So, and knock on wood. Oh, and I don't know if you guys can see that fish cleaning station, but that has to move. That's a big old, like, sore thumb. So we'll be moving that. Um, and one day, the thing is to, get a center console boat in here so we can go out into the ocean and go fishing and all that good stuff. Fishing is so great here. I don't know how many of you guys like to fish, but the fishing is amazing here. Way, way better than down south. There's really deep waters out here, and you can actually catch red snapper right in the bay, which is kind of crazy. Not the bay, with the sound. Still salt water and stuff. Melissa, I meant to ask you yesterday, did Chris like play in a band or something, or he just kind of picked it up and did it on the side with guitar? Okay, very cool. Okay. If any of you guys took BA, that's almost a target here. I got stopped out on my running position, but the neutral's working very well. And next target's up here at 212.80 and then possibly 213.80. And then over here on Meta, it hit that supply zone. That's why I didn't go long. I would prefer it back to 144. And then Spotify is not something I care about today. It's just a position holder, if you would, and it's currently up 12%. So not bad. Yeah, that's funny, Melissa. No way would I leave my part of my dock like that. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's so funny. Nice, good job, P Money. Make that money, man. You know, it's funny on the daily. This is an inside and up. Okay. You have stacked edges below. You have the yeah, sorry. And I meant to go to Amazon. Um, so Amazon, inside and up, I'm thinking about earnings, and they're one of the few, I think, I'd have to look across the board, but look how much further they're away from their SMA. And it's in line with I would imagine a higher time frame supply zone over here. This is definitely interesting. I mean, to for the downside right here. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is here. You got here. I mean, and it when you do that, you can see that it's right here in the SMA. Hmm. You know, this is the part that I feel like, it doesn't get enough credit when a market's being bullish. It's not like it's easy. I think that's where people get confused, right? I mean, how many people were buying yesterday's dip or this morning with confidence? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think in hindsight, people think it's easy. Right. But also it's not easy. So that's the part that I struggle with is when people they're like, "Oh, this, it's easy. You just buy when the market's going up." And I'm like, "There's nothing easy about like trading ever." It's not easy per se. You have levels that make it easier, but I think that both sides of the market are equally difficult to trade, no matter what, you know. But I would say that we definitely have the edge for sure, you know. But yeah, that is awesome. That freaking XOM, man. It's just so cool. Yeah, it was such a great ad, Melissa. Good job on that. I just think that's just awesome. And I felt like, I don't know about you guys, but it's like when people text me, if you watch the little dots every once in a while, I'm not like just sitting there looking, but if you're in a conversation with people and you see the dots, sometimes I feel like the dots are more aggressive than other times. That might be, I analyze everything. Like, if you're messaging somebody and they're like quickly responding or they feel like a certain way, I feel like the dots are like faster. And I felt like when your alert came in, I'm just being serious. You're like I saw that cloud above my head, and I felt like Melissa was like, "Hold my beer," like just like I'm taking this edge. I felt that like it wasn't a normal alert. Like I literally, as soon as I saw it, I saw "Hold my beer," and it was like I looked at the chart really quick, and I was like, "Yep, she bought at the level." Like it just was cool the way it came through in my mind, anyways. Yeah, Baron. So Baron, just make sure you measure today's rally and you know where the 23.6 is, man. Because right now, it's doing its thing, but I agree with you. It's having a hard time there at the mid. I think the mid is, that resistance, and the reward right now would be like 23 to 38 to the downside. I think Amazon looks great, and their earnings are Thursday, and this is difficult for me because I feel like they've been, the low. If you look in comparison, like just do this, okay? I mean, look at this. Your low is here, your high is here, okay? And if you've been doing fibs as long as me, you don't really need to do them. But you look right here, and you can tell, we're probably around what, 23 to 30%, maybe, of a bounce. Yeah, right there, 23%. So it's like, and this, by the way, this SMA, that gap fill that you talked about, the top of that candle, it's all confluent with the 38.2. So even though it's bouncing, it's still in a bear channel, but this is where I want anybody that is or tends to be on the bear sentiment side. I need you to understand there's a big gap that you can still trade to the upside and still be bearish. It's okay to do that. All right. What's not okay is to have a bearish sentiment and watch things go up for weeks on end and not take advantage of it. But I have a couple friends like that. I've told you guys that before. And it's just hard for me. Like, I don't get it because you're just a trader. Like, we just want to make money. And I think that's a hard thing we all struggle with is trying not to let the noise of what's inside of us dictate how we trade, and it's really really difficult. And I do feel like there are several different things that contribute to that. You know, watching the news, watching different handles on Twitter. I can't tell you guys how many people I have blocked, but it's a lot, right? It's a ton, and I just refuse to buy into just ignorance. To be honest with you, ignorance in from a technical perspective. If you're not speaking technicals to me and you're not using technicals, I'm not listening. If you show me the technicals and then you say, if this, then that, I will listen. But you got to have a plan. You can't just be like, hey, so and so said this. This is what's going to happen. It just doesn't work most of the time. And I say that from passion because I was there. I did that. That's how I started trading. I didn't use anything except for what people told me, and it does not work. What were you going to say, Melissa? Sorry. Mhm. Mhm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So important. And I used to just like not put much thought into it. Uh, did you say AI? Is this the ticker you're talking about right here? Um, DC. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm on the right one. It's 20 bucks right now. Is that right? I've never even, I think you guys must have told me about this because I have, holy shit, I must have put these levels on here years ago. So you're right at the trendy mid right now, my friend. I mean, right there was your target. So look at this thing. It came up and smacked it almost to the tick. So about 21 and a quarter, about that. And now your support is going to be, I would take this entire rally because it's a small stock. And your support is 1860. Immediate support is 1990. And then if for some reason you get up and over the trendy edge, your target's going to be 2224 and then next one 2353. But that's if this then that. 1990 holds, look for 2224, 2353. Okay?